app.css for the designing purpose, sir. Okay, just 1 minute. When we will start the session. First one I will explain the files. Then we will take the some time. In that time, other faculty will be joined. So in the meantime, I will explain the all files one by one. So just 1 minute. I'm just opening the VS Code. Okay, I think we yesterday also just 1 minute. Where is my studies folder? Day 3. No more option. Open with VS Code. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Yeah, thank you. So now, sir, we will go the one by one. Last day we create the one advice generator application. So now if I want to explain the advice generator, so first one we'll get to go for the Git. So everyone know about that, sir. We already discussed that what is the use of the Git repo. So here this one, here what happened? We will get the Git directly here. Just 1 minute. I will open my pane as well. Okay, so now we will discuss about the Git. So basically what happened, you already discussed in the first day only the Git file, what happened. So here, if we write down the any kind of the code that we store into the local repository, that is the Git. So using that Git repository, we are able to push the code into the GitHub. That is the thing. And public, in the public, what happened, we have an icon. So we don't need this file. So icon, basically, this is the, we can say logo kind of the thing. Yes,
Excuse me,
ma'am.
sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, sir.
Actually, sir, in my system,
Okay.
Git file is not visible actually. Only one related to Git is .git ignore.
You are getting .git ignore.
Yes, only
So then you
one
can
file
just you
related
can
to
execute
Git.
the one command to git init.
Git init
Sir,
on the
if
terminal command prompt.
yeah, into the terminal, sir. Basically, what
Okay.
happened? This file we use if you want to push the code into the GitHub. Are you getting my point? So if you are not getting this file, so we can do the one thing. See, now we are in the work. So now I want to go into the advice generator. So now I'm moving toward the advice generator. CD advice generator. Okay, now we are in the advice generator application.
Git init, sir. Actually, what is the command to initialize the Git?
Git init. So if you are reading this file, na sir. So just don't worry. I will delete this file. See now I'm not getting this file. So now here I'm executing one command git init. See, after executing this command, what happened? I will get to this file. I hope you got the idea, sir. Git
Actually,
init.
I am typing the command, but Git file is not visible. And error is the term Git is not recognized as the name of
Okay.
lab.
I am understood that problem, sir. If you are getting this problem, so just open your command prompt. Open your command prompt, and in the command, just you need to check the one thing.
Okay.
Git hyphen version.
Git
Okay. Hyphen version. So you can see this version is available or not in your system.
Git is not recognized as internal.
Then what happens, sir? What you need to do, you need to install the Git.
Okay,
So for
thank
that, you
thank
need
you
to,
so much.
Yeah, you need to go on that Git website. I think we already discussed that into the day one only. So you need to click on the Git download.
Actually, I am now connected through my laptop, or that is installed on the PC. Okay, that's why
So
I think
we already discussed that, sir, how to install the Git and all thing in the first day session only. So no issue, you can install that one. Yeah. And then you can check in the command prompt, if Git is available now, then you can execute that command into the VS Code as well. There will be no issue,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. So now, Now then we all discuss about the public. So what is the use of the public? So public basically what happened in this file, the file is available that we want to show to the public, or we can say we want to show to the browser. So that file will be reflected into the real DOM. So here we have index.html. So we already discussed that. So suppose I want to execute this, I want to start this code. So what I can do, just 1 minute, npm start. I can do the npm start. Just 1 minute, little bit, it will take a little bit time. Hmm. Starting the server deployment, successfully. So now see here. So what we are getting the landing page. So initially here we need to understand the one thing. If you want to take the landing page, or we can say main page, we can say that is the standard rule. We mentioned that as the index.html. See, this one is the index.html. Now here, how will system will be understand that this is the index.html is the landing page. So if you want to see that thing now, the dependencies, we are able to see the all dependencies, then we can go into the package.json. Now here, see, you can see in the package.json, we will get the one start to. See here what we get, here we'll get the start. So start, this will be understand key. We have a starting page is the index.js. So that kind of the things. So if you want to discuss that more thing, we'll discuss the package.json into the node. When we start the node now, then you'll get the all understanding about the package.json. What is the use of the package.json? So basically package.json we use for the add the dependencies. That is the thing. So now see here you can see the here what happened, we'll get the production, we get the browser list, and he already we use the React tab. That's why here we get the React tab. And so now if I'm writing the node a DOM, create React router DOM, if you executed this one now, so here we will get the React router DOM extension also into the package.json. So that is the use of the package.json. And this one is the git ignore. If you want to, if I want to ignore the any kind of the files. So now here, for example, we'll discuss more about the git ignore into the express.js. So git ignore, that is the one thing. Basically here, what happened generally with the code, we integrate our some kind of the password. We integrate a database password as well. So here, what is the point? I don't want to send this kind of the file to the server. If we send this kind of the file to the server, then what happened? There may be chance someone will be hacked that kind of the file. So now if I want to hide any kind of the file from the git, or we can see if I don't want to push the any kind of the secure file to the git. So in the express, if we learn the express.js, that time we are going to learn about the .env file. So now be simple, git ignore means the if we add any kind of the file here, then what happen, that will be this file will be ignored by the repository. So means we are not going to push that file into the repository. That is the things. So basically if I'm giving the connection, database connection, some kind of the API connection files that we mention into the git ignore file. Have you, I hope sir you understood that point. And then readme file basically that is the instruction. If you want to write down the any kind of the comment, if you want to write down the about the project, if you want to write down the any kind of the routes, so that is the readme file, or we can say this is simply text kind of the file. So this will not be affect any kind of the program execution. That only for the reading purpose. If you want to write down any kind of the instruction to the upcoming developer, if you want to write down the any kind of the notes, then we can write down that notes into the readme file. And that section we always take the .md. So means if you get any kind of .md file, then compiler will be understand that this md file will be available only for the reading kind of the purpose. So then in the SRC, we already discussed about that
Hello, excuse me,
app.cs.
sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
In
Yes, sir.
readme file, there is a command npm run build. What is the meaning of this? npm run build. npm run build.
So this is the comment only. So now see where npm run build. So now see this. If you are getting this one, sir, this one is the comment only. He say they write down the npm run build. So build this app for the build folder. Sir, I need to learn about that thing as well. But this is the command only. We can use the run build to, I think, build any kind of the configuration. We'll use that kind of the file.
Actually, sir, I
We'll
was
use.
very much confused with all the files actually. A lot of files.
No issue, sir. So here on
Uh,
that time, what happened? We have an important file is the public file and
no,
then
no,
SRC file.
now I got it, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
मतलब,
This was a
every
repurpose
file,
package JSON. Yeah.
every file has a meaning actually. We have to learn
Every
all.
file has a meaning, some kind of the meaning. So
Okay.
package.json that will be show the dependencies. So now here we add the only React app. Now we are going to write down the Reactor outer dome for the rendering kind of the purpose. So now
Actually,
that
sir,
will be
what is
reflected
the
here.
difference between index.js and index.html?
Yeah, yeah, sir. No issue. So now see in the public here, what happened? This will be the reflect the real dome, or we can say browser dome. So means if I'm seeing this one code, so here what happened? We are getting the code from the index.html. So means see, we can say the dome, browser dome will be manipulated this file only.
Okay, sir,
Just 1 minute.
that is okay.
Yeah.
That is the browser DOM is in index.html. What about
Manipulated this file only.
index.js? What is
Just I will told you that thing also, sir. So now see, sir, in the index.html, we will get the 1 point. Root, we are getting the root. Just give the 1 minute. I'm just deleting the unnecessary things. So now see here, what happened? We are getting the inside the body, we are getting the root. Are you getting my point, sir? So now
right,
this
right.
root is the one variable, or we can say this is the one object. And this object is defined into the virtual dome. And for the, if you want to track this virtual dome, then we have a in the source, we have a index.js file. Now you can see here, sir, in the index.js, what happened? We are getting the one object, or we can say variable. See, are you getting my point? This one root. And in that root, what happened? We are storing the element by ID and we are taking this element from the root. And see, this one is the root, and in the root, we are storing the this thing.
Actually, sir,
Render, or what? We are
we write
rendering the
all.
things from the
Actually, sir,
app.js.
we write all the tags in the app.js. Then what is the purpose of using index.js? Why we connect index.js with
So we already
app.js?
no issue. So here what happens that basically if I'm trying to do the any kind of the change in the this one now, so you can consider this one just like a motherboard. We can say here, sir, we are able to do the things here also. We already discussed that thing in the last session. We can do that thing as well, sir. No issue. Suppose I'm creating one another file in the SRC. Suppose I'm creating new file. Suppose I'm writing here app1.js. Okay. I'm writing here app1.js and I'm writing here React function component. I'm creating a React function component. And here, suppose I'm writing h1 and hello. So now instead of the in the index.js, I don't want to call the app.js. So instead of the app.js, I want to call the index.js. So now what can I do? I
Actually,
can
sir,
just write down the here one.
I got it. Actually, sir, is the meaning
Yeah.
is all the JS files are indexed in this file.
So
All the
here what happens? A simple meaning. The we can say React don't want to make the so much confusion. There what happened? So there's a simple way, one way kind of the integration. So this is the file for the virtual DOM, and for the virtual DOM,
okay,
what
okay,
happened? Instead of the giving the multiple files, what we are doing, just we are going to only one app.js file. So it will be, we
okay.
can say, reduce the burden on the virtual DOM.
Right, right, sir. I got it.
So instead of the doing the adding the lot so much file into the index.js, what happened? We can do the that we can say nested component. So this one is the app.js, and suppose I'm writing here, suppose another function. So that will be the nested function for the index.js.
Sir, can you say that this is the index of all the app, all the
We can
app
say
dot
this is the index.
JS?
We can say this is the landing page for the virtual DOM.
Okay, okay.
Are you getting my
That
point,
is
sir?
the
And yeah,
landing page of original
index.html, this
browser.
is the landing page for the browser DOM, the simple thing.
Okay,
Huh.
okay.
So
Now
if you
got
want to
it.
manipulate the virtual DOM, then what we can do, we will manipulate the index.js file. And if you want to manipulate the browser DOM, then we will manipulate the index.html file. And I think you already know about that. If virtual browser only understand the HTML code.
Yes.
So that's why for the browser DOM, for the browser DOM, we have index.html file, and for the virtual DOM, we have index.js file. That is a simple thing, sir.
And what about logo.svg?
Logo, sir, this one the logo. So you are getting this one logo, na? Logo files. If you want to add the our logo, then we can add our logo as well. Suppose now see here, if I want to show the code now, just see here. Just 1 minute. So in the tab, sir, see here you are getting the which logo, React logo.
Okay.
Are you getting my point? So
We can change here
instead
logo.
of that one, suppose I'm writing the Amazon kind of the website or any kind of the website. So now see what we get. We'll get the Amazon logo. See, here what we get the search. I think for the Amazon they don't have any kind of logo. Suppose I'm writing YouTube.
Okay, sir. That's why the very large file of React.
That's why the very large file.
That is
So,
the disadvantage.
so sometimes what
If you
happen,
want to
we get the
simplify.
here logo now. So that is the PNG logo. So instead of this one, if you want to add your own logo, then you can add your own logo as well. No issue.
Got it,
Got
sir.
it, sir?
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
That is the thing, sir. If we so see all these files are applicable for the Node.js, Express.js, we are going to learn that things one by one. But initially now here, which file we are going to use? Just we have important file is the public. In the public, we have index.html. Other file still we don't no need to take care about that file. If you want to learn the React.js, and in the SRC, we need an important app.js file and app.css file and index.js file. Okay, and the index.css file is providing the design to the index.js. You can see here we import the index.cs, and in the app.js, here what happened? We are providing the design for the app.js using the app.css. Got it, sir? So just I'm
Thank you,
deleting
sir.
this one. So now I'm just deleting app.1. Come on, can we start now then?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
have you completed?
Yeah. No, actually, I'm explaining the file structure to the sir. Sir is getting some problem in the file structure now.
Okay, so you want me to start?
No,
Yes,
I will
sir.
start the
Now-
advice generator application.
Okay, okay.
Now we start, sir.
Yeah. So now here, what is the agenda? We are going to create the advice generator application. So now, so if I want to create this application, then what happen? We are going to do the some kind of the design. Just here, what happen? I want one landing page, and on that landing page, what happen? I will create the one button. And if I'm click on that button, then here what happen? They will generate some kind of the advice. So now if I want to design this kind of the wireframe, if I want to design this kind of the wireframe, just select your option and click on the button, and here we will get the random advice. So now we are going to create this kind of the framework. We are going to create this kind of the wireframe. So now for that, so now we are going to use the SRC. In the SRC here, what happened? I'm just creating the one folder and I'm giving the name components. Why? Because we can give the here directly as well, but I don't want to mix the code. So reduce the complexity. What happen if we divide the code in the good manner, in the good structure, that will be the get the good visualization. So in the component, what happen? I'm just creating the new file. I'm just creating the new file, advice data. I'm writing here advice data.js. And then I'm just creating the another file. Why I'm creating this file? I will told you that thing also. So I'm writing here advice list.js. So now in the app.js, we will do the some change. Now just I'm deleting this unnecessary thing. So now here what happened? I want to take the advice. So now here I'm just writing the h1 tag and just I'm giving the name advice generator. I'm writing the advice generator. And then so now here I want to create the advice. So now if I want to create the advice, then what happen? We are going to create the advice with the help of the advice list. We are going to create the advice with the help of the advice list. So now I'm calling this advice list here, advice list. Sorry, first one we'll create the function into the advice list. I think instead of the file, I create a folder. Just 1 minute. I'm deleting this one. And now I'm creating the file. In file advice list. I'm writing here advice list.js. Now here what happened? We get the advice list. Now I'm writing here React React array function component. So here we are going to create the React array function component. And now here we will give the just one message. We will get advice here. So what I'm writing here, we will get the advice here. Just a small p. Writing just a small p. So now see, if I'm writing here app.js, so in the app.js, whatever I'm going to call this one. So now here, what I'm writing here, advice list. I'm going to call the advice list. Now you can see the control. Yes. Now here, see what happened. We are getting the one error. The logo is not defined. So here we can do the one thing. We are just deleting this logo file. And now just you can press the control. Yes. So now you can see the output. Local was 3000. Now up to here, what we get the advice generator. So now here, what happened? We get the advice generator. So now here, what happened? I want to create the list. Suppose I want to create the selection menu. Suppose someone will select a
Hello.
particular thing. Then
Sir,
what happened?
excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
What have you typed for React array list?
I'm not getting your point, sir.
Actually, you have typed some mnemonics.
Emits. That we call the emits.
Hello.
Okay, sir. That's we call the emits, sir. Emits. So if you want to create this one, you can type the code. Otherwise, here what happened? I want to create the one function. So now just I'm deleting this one. So here RFAC, React Array Function Component. RAFC.
But that is not in the our pop-up menu actually.
You are not getting this one, sir. If you want this one, then we need some extension into the VS Code. So now here just you can do the one thing, sir. Just click on the extension.
Okay.
So this is the extra feature. What happened? No need to write down the code from the scratch. You will get. So now in the extension, you can write down this React E7. React E7. See, here what happened? This one. You need to install this one, sir, into VS Code. E7 plus essential for the React. So here what happened? We'll get a snippet. I can share this one into the chat box. So means no need to type the code one by one. So directly we can take the snippets.
That is not in our pop-up menu actually.
So now just you can install this one, sir.
Actually, I am not very much familiar with the VS Code.
No issue. If you perform the practice, sir, one by one, then we'll get the familiar. No issue. So we can type the code as well, no issue. But here, what happens if you type the code, it will take a lot of time. They just we will use the shortcut.
Can you share the code on chat box?
Which one, sir? App.js. Okay, advice list. I will share the code.
Yeah.
Uma, can you do the one thing? Can you share the GitHub repo?
Yeah.
Then they will get the code as well. Huh? So now see here, what happened? We get the assumption. So now here the second thing, what I want to do, I want to here some kind of the button. Here what happened? I want to one options and here I want to one button. So now here I'm going to do that things. So here I'm just going to add the options. using the form. So someone will select any kind of the advice, and here what happened, we need to click on this advice, and here below what happened, I will get the output. So now I'm going to write down that kind of the code, and we are going to write down that code into the into the advice list.js. So now here in the return, what I'm writing here, first one, I'm writing here select. I'm writing here select. And then in the select, I'm writing here option value 1. Okay. And then suppose I'm writing here option value 2. And then again, I'm writing value 3rd as well. Option value 3rd. I'm writing option value 3rd. So after adding the 3 value, then what happened? I want to button as well. So now you can see here, we'll get the options. See here what I'm getting option 1, 2, 3. And now I want to add the button as well. So if I want to add the button, then everyone know about that. What we take, we'll take the button. What we take, we'll take the button. And then what I'm taking here, button. Button, suppose here I'm writing get advice. For the button name, what I'm writing here, get advice. What I'm writing for the button, I'm writing the get advice. So now see. Now here, sorry, I'm writing into the select. We need to write down outside of the select. Now here what happened, first one we will take the select. This is for the drop drop down option. If you want to take the drop down option, then this is the feature of the HTML. Then what we take, we'll take the select. Now here see, we can get the option 1, 2, 3, and if I'm clicking on the get advice. Now here what happened, instead of the option here, what happened, I want to give the name. Suppose I want the advice regarding the health, or we can say education. I want the advice about the share market. I want the advice about the share market. You can take the any kind of the advice, no issue. I'm just taking the randomly advice for the share market, or we can say advice for the health. I'm just taking the advice for the health. And if I'm writing this one, so now here what happened? I'm giving the this name as well here. So now if I want advice for the education. Sorry. So now just to see here what I'm writing, I'm just writing this one education over here in the option 1. I'm writing here education, and then I'm writing here I want to advise for the share market as well. So now here what I'm writing here share, and then dash I'm writing, or we can say share market, because this one we are taking the variable, and you know about that. In the variable what happened, we are not take the any kind of the place space. Health. I'm writing here health, advice regarding the health. Now see, you can see here what happened, we execute successfully. And so now here what happened, we are getting the education, share market, health, any kind of the that's that kind of the advice. Now after that, after writing this one, so now we write down here education, share market, health, but here we don't have any kind of the data for this one. So now here what happened, I'm just going to create the data, and now I'm just going to create the data into the advice list. So now here I'm writing here const I'm writing here advice list, const advice list, and here simply I'm taking the array. I'm taking the array, and here I'm writing export default. We already discussed that what is the use of the export default. If in the one file, if I'm writing the only single file, then what happen, we write down the export default. Export default, just we need to resend the advice list. So now in this, I'm going to create the array. First one, I'm going to create the array for the education. I'm going to creating the array for the education. Now I'm writing the education. I'm creating the array for the education, and then opening, and so now this one array for the education. And now the second one, I'm creating the array. Again, I'm creating the array for the share market. Array for the share market. Here what happened? We need to give the comma. After the each and array, if you want to separate the each and every array, then what happened? We need to give the comma. And then I'm going to create the third one. Third one for the health. I'm going to create the third one for the health. Third one for the health. Now here, suppose I'm just writing the advice. First one, suppose I'm writing here read a book every day. Just I'm taking the any kind of the random advice. And then a second one, suppose I'm writing here, learn a new language. And then take on time course. Read papers and magazines. Okay, read papers. Okay, just I'm going to give the 5 advice only for the education. And then second, I'm going to give the advice for the share market. Invest in the stock market. Okay. And now here learn about the stock market. Understood the idea of SIP. You know? Invest in the division portfolio. We can give this kind of the advice into the share market. And now if for the health, I'm going to give the advice into the health as well. Some random advice. Suppose I'm writing here, take a healthy diets, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, wake up early. I'm just going to create this kind of the advice. So here what happened? We created this kind of the advice. So now here what happened? We get the advice. And now here see what we have education and that kind of the things. And now here we are going to in the on click, we are going to create the event. So now here in the select, we need to write down the one thing. We need to write down the value. We need to write down the value. And then what happened? I'm just taking the one object category. I'm just taking the one category. And then I'm writing here on change. On change. What happened? I'm just taking the one here in the on change. I want to take the one output. And then what happened? I'm taking the one. I'm just passing the one argument. I'm writing here. I'm creating the set. I'm creating set category. I'm creating the set category and then e dot target value. Target dot what I'm writing here value. Then I'm just going to give the curly brace. So now here, whatever we get this kind of the things. Now in the get advice, what happened? If I'm click on the get advice, then I want to generate the one event. So now here also, I'm just generating the one event on click. What I'm writing here on click. So what happened? What I need the on click. So now I am writing here handle generate advice. Handle generated advice. And now I am writing here disabled. Disabled. What I'm writing, I'm doing the disabling the category. Now this one. So now everyone hope. So now here see after doing this one, what happened? We are getting the error. See category is not found. Set category is not found. Handle is not found. So now here what happened? For that we need to create the functions. We need to create the function. So now first one I want to call this list all data into the advice list. So for that we are going to import. We are going to import advice list from the advice data. And now I'm just here, I'm just passing the one argument, or we can say we will pass that argument later. And then I'm writing here constant that we use, we learn that into the use state. So here what I'm writing here, first I'm just taking this one category and then comma. I'm writing the method. Which method we use here? Set category. So now just I'm writing this one method as well. So I'm writing here set category. Just close one, and here what I'm writing here equal to use state that we already learn into the state. So what I'm writing here use state, and now here now I'm not passing the any kind of the zero, because in the counter we pass the zero. Initially what happened initially in the counter we need a zero, but here what happened we need a blank kind of the things. We need a blank kind of the things. Hai na? So now see here what happens. We are getting the one error category is not found. So now here what happened, we are going to write down the category also. So now here what happened, we get the constant, and we are going to create the handler request advice. So now first one, we will take the category, and then we are going to create the one random category. So now here what happened, I'm writing here const get random category. Or we can say get random advice. I'm writing here get random advice equal to, just we'll take that from the category. We'll take from the category, and then again after this one we are going to create the one constant for the handler as well. So now what I'm writing here, const handle the generate advice. We are getting the one array for the handle the general advice, and now so now here, so whatever we create the for the handler general advice as well. And then if you want to separate this one, then we can do the that kind of things. So now here what happens, if you want to get the random advice, so we are going to take the advice, a random advice here. So what I'm writing here, const, I'm writing here advices. I'm just getting the random advice from the category. So now category available, where is category available? That is available into the advisory data. That is available into the advisory data. So now we are taking the category from the advised data. So now see in the advised data, I am not getting this advised data. I think we have capital A. Right? So now see here. What I'm writing here, advised data. And now I'm writing here category. What I'm writing here, category. And now see here what happened after taking the category, we need to select the random category. We need to select the random category. So here see in the category, what happened, we have a multiples category. Hai? So now if I want to select the multiple categories, I'm not going to select the each and every category. Just if I'm clicking on the advice, then what happened, that may be selected this or this or this or this anyone. So if you want to think that thing, so for that what happened, we have a random, we have one method random. So now in the advice what happened, we have a in the math class we have floor method. In this floor method what happened, we have a random method. So using the random method, we are just taking the one random advice. We are taking the just random advice, and then we need to return dash advice as well. We need to return dash advices. So now what happened, I'm going to return that advices, and here I'm writing in random index. Here random index. I'm just returning that to the random index. So now here what happened, here we are getting the get random advice in the field. Why? Because we still not used this one. Now we are going to create the logic for the handling the general advice. So now I'm writing here if category. Advice equal to get random advice, and then I'm writing passing the category. Then it should be the on a select event. But I'm passing advice. So now if I'm saving this one, so now here what happened, we are not getting the const advice list. Okay, advice list, okay, advice list. Sorry, here I need to write down the advice data. advice data from this. See, here what happened? You want to import data. That's why I'm writing here advice data. And now, okay. So now we are going to move toward the app.js. So now we are going to change the app.js. Some we are going to we are going to change the some app.js. So now see here in the advice list we take the on select. Now I want to call this one on select. This one on select advice into the app.js. So now first one, what happened? We need to import, already done with the import. And now here in the advice list, what I'm writing here on select. Now here we need to define that one here as well. So now here what I'm writing here, I'm writing here const. First I'm taking the advice and then set the advice. What I'm writing here, use state. Now here on select, what I'm writing here on select advice. Equal to, I'm writing here set advice, and then I want to display the advice. So if I want to display the advice, that display advice is available into the advices. See here. So if I want to display this advice, then what happen? What I'm writing here, I'm writing here p tag, and in the p tag, what I'm writing here, this in the curly brace, I want to display that advice. So now what I'm writing here advice. Now just 1 minute. Now we can do the one thing. Control C. I'm writing here. Yes, I'm going to clear the screen, and again I will start the npm start. It will take a little bit time to execute the code. Starting the development server. While I am reading the output, just 1 minute. It's run successfully. Okay, I think we are getting some kind of the error. Just give me the 1 minute. Okay, advice list, select set advice. Okay, this one is the correct. In the advice list, whatever what we take. Just 1 minute. I'm just going to do the. Okay, we'll take the different one. Advice data. Just I'm trying to import. Now here. Just 1 minute. Education. We'll take the education. Education as well here. And then what is the advice? Second one, share market. And then third one, advice is health. Moving into space. Then what am I doing here? I'm writing here health. Passive identifier advice list already has been declared. Error. Okay, advice list on the select event advice list. Okay, where we're getting the error? We are getting the error into the 4.6. Just 1 minute. I think just a minute. I think someone is on the door. Just give me the minute. Uma.
Sure, sure.
I think someone is on the door. Just give me the 1 minute. Uma, can you give the quiz up to there?
Can I start or just? In the meanwhile, I'll just share one polls with you. Just give the answer for this, okay? So as we already know about the state concept, so I'm just giving one code and just find what will be the answer for this. There it shows. So I'm just sharing the code.
Okay, Uma, no issue. I am here only.
Okay, fine.
So here what happened? We are getting the some error. No? Now just resolve that error. So now here what happened? We are getting the one error identifier. So now here what happened? Instead of the taking the here we have for the list, you can see in the advice data what happened? We have capital A, but here we take the small a. That's why we're getting the this one error. So now we can do the one thing. I will take the one capital A advice list, and now you can press on the control S. Now here what happened? Just 1 minute. My screen is visible to everyone?
Yes. Not it.
I think still we are getting the error. Don't we will resolve that also. So error passing identifier advice list already has been declared. Advice list. Okay, so here, no. Sorry, here what we are doing, we are just passing the same list into same file into the same file. That's where we're getting the error. But here actually what we want to do, I want to call the advice data into the advice list. So now just I'm removing this line. What I'm writing here, import advice data from advice to data.js. Still 1 minute. Why this is not importing? So instead of the advice list, what I'm writing here, advice to data. What I'm writing here, advice to data, and I can press on the control yes. Now see here, our code is executing properly. So now if I'm opening the code, so here what happened? If I'm select the education, so now I'm clicking on the get advice. So now here what happened? We are getting the random advice. See, this advice we already store into the advice list. So here what happened? We are getting the advice list. We are getting the advice from this 5 only. And if I'm seeing the share market, if I want to see the share markets, then you can click on the share market, get advice, invest in the stock, learn about the stock market, SIP. Here why we are getting the random advice? Because here we in the advice the list, here we take the one function const random math.floor, they get the random advice. So that's why we're getting the random advice. So this is about the here what happened. We use the array component, we use the state, we use the array function, we use the different kinds of the things from the React. And here what happened, we are returning the one HTML format. So that is the about the advice generator application. So we have this code on the GitHub as well. You can try this code. There will be no issue. So any difficulty, any difficulty up to here? Just give me the comment.
Faculties, do you have
Anyone, any
any
difficulty?
doubts or any questions? Please let us know.
I know
Otherwise,
this
we
is the
will
long,
jump.
long kind of the code. So you can perform that code properly at home. Then you will get a better idea.
I also shared the GitHub link in the
Yeah.
Teams chat. Can make a use of it. So can I
Now,
take over?
just okay, no issue. Just Uma, just one thing is remain. We can give that to the homework task as well. There will be no issue. So now here, just 1 minute. Just give me the 5 minutes, then I will wind up this one. Then you can continue. So the most important thing about the form. So here within the React, what happened? We are able to take the data in the form as well, and then we can read that things. Just 1 minute. So we perform this practical. Just I'm opening the slideshow, and then I'm clicking on the from current slide. Slide. Okay, now see here, we already performed this advice generator application. Now here what happened, we are able to handle the event that is generated by the form as well. So now here we can create the one component using the form. So I think everyone about it. If you want to use the form, then what happened, what we use, we create the just 1 minute. If you want to create the form, just I will told you what we need to do. So in the SRC, just I'm creating one form folder. And in this form folder, just I can create the new file, or we can say input.js. I'm just creating input.js and react to function component. Now, if I want to take the input from the user, then what happens? We can use the form tag. We can use the form tag. So now just I'm giving the homework, that task. So here you can do the one thing, just take the 3 input. We can just do the one thing. We'll take the 3 input. That I think this code is already available on the GitHub. We can take the input, first one name. We can take the input, first one name, and then second one last name. And suppose you can take the mail ID. I will take these 3 things from the user. And then here what happened after taking the form, we need to give the output. You need to give the output over here. So now here you can give the output as well. So here you can give the section. In the section, you can give the output. So here what happened? I want the three things. I want to take the three things here. You can add the button as well. So you can add the button, and here we want the output on this particular section. I want the output in this particular section. You know? So now for that you can give the section, and here just you can give the p tag and just write down the name. So I will take the name, and then here we will take the name from the particular all submit, and here you can write down the name. Just you, I want output name, and then I want output. I want the output last name, yeah? And then colon. We already discussed that things into the props. How to take the prop? How to take the props? So now here you can just give the name, and then third thing, B, you can give the mail ID here. So for that, just you need to create the form. I think maximum people are aware about that, how to create the form. And this code is available on the GitHub as well. There will be no issue. And this, after taking the input from the form, we need to give the output. So we can give that as the take home activity. So if you want that kind of the code, then that code is available on the internet, on the GitHub as well. And then we have an API. Sorry. So this one. So here we have this one single activation to take the form using to the form displayed. And then what happens? Second one, we have API, application program interface. So now here we will see what is the API and how to integrate that. We will discuss that into the e-commerce website. And now you can do the one thing. API means simple. We are able to take the data from the other developer, or we can say other code. Just we can able to give the population. We will take the already we have population data available on the some government website. Just we will take the data and we will use that data into the our program. We have a weather forecasting system. For that, what happen? We don't no need to develop the all weather forecast system. Just we need to take the API. And it's a simple thing that we need to write down the only one line code, and that code is available also on the GitHub. I'm giving the this to one as the class active take home activity. You can perform this one. If you get any kind of difficulty, then I will told you that how to do this in the tomorrow session. I hope everyone get the proper idea. Okay, then now I am handovering the session toward the Uma ma'am. Then she will take care about the advanced concepts. Uma.
Thank you, Rishikesh. And one more thing, you can also share this activity in the chat box.
Okay, no issue.
Thank you.
I will share the activity.
I'll share my screen. Okay, so today we are going to see some advanced concepts in React.js. So as of now, I hope everyone was very clear about the basic concepts. So now we are getting into the advanced concepts. Okay. So what are the learning objective of this advanced concepts? So we are going to explore hooks. Hooks is very, very important. I'll tell you why, what is the reason. And in the hooks we have a different hooks are there. So under this concepts are like use effect and custom hooks and use reference, use reducer and use memo and use callback. And finally we also come to know how we can route the page using this React.js concepts. Okay, so can anyone tell me like what is React hooks? Any idea? So what is hooks? Anyone knows? Okay, fine. We'll see what is hooks. So introduction, like React hooks were introduced in the React 8 16.8 as a way to use a use state and other React features without writing a class component. So if you see, there is two things, right? Something called as a class and the another one is called as a functional component. Okay. These are the two components we basically know. But when you write a code using this class component, it is a little bit example, if you use any state or props, whatever it's going to be, it is going to be a lengthier code. And also, it is not, code optimizable one. So mostly in IT industries, okay, we can use both class and functional components, but you can go either with class or you can go with a functional component. There are two that is either this or that option. Okay. So, but nowadays in industries, they are mostly preferring this functional components. So, so that is why we are more focusing on the advanced, hooks, React hooks concepts using this functional components. I'm not going to use any class component here. I'm going to fully focus on this functional component. Okay. So hooks provide a simpler and more functional approach to managing a state and side effects and other React features. We'll see what are the features. And when you need to develop a function components, and after that, if you need to include any state to it, earlier we do that by transforming it into the class, right? We'll be changing that into using a constructor and this dot state. So these are the concept will be involved in a class component. But when we are going with the functional components, it is very easy to use. So now we can do that by utilizing a hook in a present functional components. So what are the key features of React hooks? So these are the advanced concept we are going to learn. So actually use state is already explained by Rishikesh sir. So I'm not going to give an example for this. So we will just jump into this use effect. What is use effect? So use effect is manage side effects by data fetching and subscription. Data fetching means what? Anyone, can you tell me, like in a yesterday session also, I just explained about this fetching data. So what is fetching data? Data fetching. So what is a data fetching? So yesterday in, I think in a asynchronous and await concept, I explained about, fetching the data. How we can fetch the data. Any idea? Okay, no issues. So data fetching means, example, if I'm giving some URL, okay, so URL or it's going to be some text. Okay, the better way we can go with URL. And here I'll be giving some JSON format link. Okay, so that will be fetched in our component. So this is called as a data fetching, and the subscription is also there. I will tell you what all these one by one. And use context. So better I can go with the advantages and disadvantages. While explaining the each and every concept, I'll tell you when we can use and which situation we are going to use this particular thing. Okay, so first is simplicity. Hooks make it easier to understand and write the components by removing the need for classes, and code reusability is possible, and separation of concern. So hooks enable better separation of concern by allowing to split a related logic into a different functions, easier to test and improve performance. Disadvantages, again, the learning curve is a problem, and the complexity in the large component. If you are going to use a large component, then it will be a little complexity because the code will be, totally harder to understand. And the performance pitfall. Incorrect use of hooks like use effect can lead to the performance issue or unintended side effects. Actually, this use effect, why we are using is to make the code run easier and to make the hooks, to be having a reducible content. So that's why we are going with this use effect. But if you are using this particular concept, incorrectly, then it will be a problem. Okay, so first we can understand, so what is use effects? So let me get into the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so here, this and all we already know, right? So I'm opening my control panel. So that is terminal. So in the terminal, I will create one directory. So directory name I can give use effect. Okay. So now, and then I need to change the directory. Use effect. Okay. So now we can do our code. So here you can see there is no files has been imported inside this use effect. So I want to install my packages. So let me create, sorry, npx create react app and the file name. Sorry, I'm sorry, 1 second. I can also do it in another way, like I can give a command. If I create a folder also, I can give npm space in it. Okay, it also install all the files which is required. So better I can go in this way, create React app. And then I can give a name like UseEffect. Cannot create, okay. Give something, oops. So in the meanwhile, can you tell me why we are using this create React app? So it is, installing the package. In the meanwhile, can I know like why we are using this create React app? So what it is actually? What is this create React app?
It sets up a complete environment for the application.
Okay, ma'am. So we will call this as a function or it's going to be a tool or what it is?
Some platform or environment.
Okay, actually we'll call this as a CRA tool. Okay.
Oh.
This is a tool. Why we are using this tool is instead of installing the each and every packages independently, we can use the CRA to install all the necessary packages for our React application. Okay. Thank you for the answer, Kalyani ma'am. So it's still loading. Okay, so it can load. Some time. Okay, in the meanwhile, we will discuss about this use effect. So what is use effect? So as of now, we understood why we are going for this hook, because if you are going to use a functional component, then we can use this hook. Okay. So this is to perform the side effects in the functional component. So what are those side effects? So it is going to be the important purpose of this is, in an example I will show you so how it is going to be. Okay. It is following a life cycle method. What is this life cycle method? You have any idea like what is life cycle method? If we are executing our code in a React.js, so what are the different methods it is going to process? No idea. Okay, the life cycle is nothing but something we will call it as, instead of method, I'll just talk about this life cycle. So life cycle means the first one is mounting. a component mounting. Okay, we are just creating one component, functional component, and we are mounting that. And then what we will do, we will be updating the component, right? And then finally, the component, once its task is done, it will be unmounted. Okay. So this serves as a same purpose, which we will do in the class component. The same concept is, we also have it in the class component, but how we are going to perform the same lifecycle method in the functional component is using a UseEffect hooks. Okay. So then you can ask, what are the side effects it's going to have is data fetching. Can go with the data fetching and subscription, and then manually changing the DOM. For all these reasons, we are using this. Okay. So I think it is completed. Still it is okay. So this is done. So when we can use this? Next question. So when we need to use this exactly? If we are trying to integrating the external API means what? The link which we are sharing, right? In a URL. So that is going to be in a APIs. So while integrating an API, we can use this UseEffects. And then for managing a timers, we can use this. And then handling asynchronous task. So obviously, if you are managing a timer means it comes under asynchronous, right? For these reasons, we can use this. And then what are the situations we will use this? Situation I already explained, like data fetching. And for subscription, I can tell you in an easy way, event listener. Events. Okay. So this is the idea about UseEffect hooks. Okay. So now we will see what is the basic syntax for this UseEffect. If I'm going to include the UseEffect in my code, so how I can use it. So first you need to use the camel case. Okay. So first word should be in a lowercase and the second word, first character should be in a uppercase. Okay. After this, you need to use this is going to be a function, right? So inside of this, I'm creating one arrow function. Okay, this is an empty arrow function. The first one is fetch a data, or we can set up a subscription. Clear? And then it's going to return some output for us. So output, either we can clean up the subscription or the event listen. Okay. So this is the basic syntax of creating a UseEffect. So now we will get into an example like how we can work with this UseEffect. Yeah, it is done. So I'm changing the directory to hooks and let me start my application. I don't know why it is very slow. Let me clear some temporary files. Yes. Okay, so I got the application, that is app. So let's get into the code. So now can anyone tell me, so where exactly I need to code? So on which file I need to work with this hooks concept? So should I work with app.js or index.js, or it's going to be any other file? On which file I need to work? So I need to work with this UseEffect concept. So on which file I should write the code? App.js or index.js? Any guesses? Any idea? No idea? Yes or no, maybe. All right. Okay, there are, different way we can do this, but as of now, this is a very simple execution I'm going to do. So I'm going to work with this app.js file. Okay. So let me import some details and I will work with this. So before proceeding, I want to tell you like what are the steps I'm going to follow. Okay, so in this particular use effect concept, I am just giving some timer and the count details for my web page. Okay, so to start that, I need a state variable. Okay, I need a state variable. So what is the state variables? I'm going to take two state variables. One is going to be a data and the another is going to be loading. Okay, what is data means? It is to store a fetched data. Whatever the data we are going to fetch, that will be stored in that data state variable. And loading is nothing but to indicate whether the data is still being fetched. Okay. So loading means to indicate whether the data is still being fetched or not. So these are the two variables, state variables. This is not a normal variable. State variable I'm going to import. Can anyone tell me how we can anyone tell me the syntax to create a state variables? How we can create a state variables? How we can create a state variables? Any guesses? Error in STM plugin React was conflicted between package dot.
Ma'am, I created the hooks application.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
after that, CD hooks, then I gave npm start. This was the error.
Ma'am, if you have a screenshot, just share it. I will check. Okay.
Okay.
What you can do is you can minimize the terminal and
Okay.
share me whatever you have typed. Okay. As well as the project
Okay.
structure.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So state variable, how we can create a state variables? Example C. I'll be using a const, and inside this const, I will give a data. So data is my variable, and to execute this data variable, I will create one function that is a set data. Okay. And whatever the values you are going to initialize, that you will be giving like this: use state of here. This is going to be a data. So what value I can give? This is going to be a data. So inside this, I will give you 3 options. Okay. Let me create a poll. You just tell me the answers. Okay. Because this is a very, dry concept. So that's why I'm asking different questions to you. So the question is, so I'm going to use a set, sorry, that is a data. I'm going to fetch the data. If I'm going to fetch the data, then what is my use state? Okay, you just tell me the answer. So either I can give 0 or I can go with use state of 1, or it's going to be a use state of array. Just give me the response. I hope everyone can see the poll, right? So whether it is going to be A or B or C. If I want to fetch a data, so what will be the value, initializing value? No idea. Let's say for an example, if that is going to be an account. Okay. So count means 0, 1 or 2 or some, whatever the values we can give. But if it is going to be a data, then what will be the answer? Is that going to be an array or values? C. Correct. So it is a use state of array. You're right. Okay. So next, so now we understood how to do with this state variable. So the next one is we need to include some important things. So data fetching in UseEffect. So data fetching in a UseEffect. So I need to include a fetch API call to retrieve the data. To retrieve the data, I'm going to include the fetch API call, and then I want to store that fetch data. Whatever the data I'm going to get, I'm going to store it in somewhere, right? So for that, so the fetched data is stored in the data state variable. Okay. And you know what is the loading concept? So it is nothing but it will set to false once the data is successfully received or done. Okay. So this is the first step, and second and third. Then we can check the console.log. So we need to check the console.log for what? So what is the main purpose we are into the use effect? So I told you, right? Life cycle methods. What are the life cycle methods? Mounting, updating, and then the third one is unmounting. So that can be viewed in this console.log file. Okay. So whether it is received, retrieved, or it is stored. Then rendering logic. What does this rendering logic means? Okay, so rendering logic means if a loading is true. So rendering means what? It is going to show some output, right? So using a logic. So if a loading is true, it shows some message. And if a loading is false, then it displays the list of posts. Clear? So list of post means no, if we already have an information, it is going to show it on our browser. But if it is not there, then what happens? So if the process is done, then it will check for the post. If someone is posting a data, then it will be showed on the screen. Clear? And then here also we are going to use one concept that is called map. So what is the purpose of map method? Map function. That is, yeah, map function. So why we are using this map function? Yesterday also I used this map concept, I guess. So map concept is nothing but to iterate the details. So in yesterday asynchronous and await concept, what I did, so I have get some URL link with a JSON format. So in that I have two details, the main important details. What is that? One is going to be a title, and other one is going to be a body, right? To iterate this detail, I'm going to use this map function. Okay, and then what are the other effects I will use here? So other effects is like when the if I'm updating my log components is updated. Okay, my component is updated. Then what happens? So when my component will be updated, whenever a component is retrieved, right? So then, so example, I can say count is updated. For this particular concept, I'm telling you what is the example. If I'm just updating the count, then when I can update my count once the component is retrieved. Okay. And then the intervals in the second use effect I'm going to use. So that will get also incremented. Clear? So I also include one child component in this. So why I'm including a child component is to find the mounting and the unmounting phase. So when it get mounted and when it's going to get unmounted. To find that, I'm going to use a child components. So this is the idea about this use effect concept. Okay, clear? So now I will code the example. So first one, what is the first step? In app.js, what is the first step while we are writing the code? What is the first step? How to create a functional component, basic functional component, anyone? Kalyani ma'am. I think you
Using
are.
function keyword.
Yes, functional keyword. So what
Right.
will be the
No.
first thing, ma'am? We need to import the packages, right? Just whichever is necessary. So let's see. Thank you. Thank you for the answer, ma'am. Okay, the first one is I want to import. Okay, I'm using an import keyword and then React. What is this React is? This is going to be a real DOM. Okay, so React is going to be a real DOM. So that's why we are including this. And then why we are mentioning this without a curly brace and this with a curly brace? Can anyone tell me? Here I'm adding a hooks. Okay, whenever you're adding a hooks in the import, you need to give a curly brace and then inside that you can mention what is the hook. Okay, so use state and use effect. From where? From the React. So why we are using this React without a curly brace and this with a curly brace? Any idea? There is no curly brace here. Here we have a curly brace. What is this? Okay, no issues. I'll just tell you. But if you have answers, you can also put it in the chat box. Okay. So this is nothing but we are, this is going to be called as a default importing. Okay, if you are going to use a default, then we don't want to use a curly brace. If that is going to be a named exports, okay, if it is going to be named exports, we need to mention within a curly brace. Why we are calling this in a, this is going to be as a named exports is because these are the some kind of functions. Okay. And whenever you use a default exports, it has only one default export. Clear? When you are joining a named and the default export, you need to include this comma in between. Clear with this? Everyone? Named and default book import for the answers. Okay, next one. So I have imported it. Then, so as Kalyani ma'am said, so we can create a function keyword, that is function component and function of app. Okay. Inside this function app, the first step is you need to declare the variable state variables. Okay. So what are the state variables I need is I need the timer and sorry, the count, and I need one more data to be fetched from the URL link. Okay. So first is I will go with the count. So whenever we use a state variable, you need to mention within a square bracket. Okay. That is state variable. So first is count. Count is going to be the variable name and the function is going to be a set count. Okay. So this is equals to what? I have used a use state to initialize the value. So use state of 0. The count value is going to be 0 for first. And then again const of I need to show the output, right? For that, one variable show and set show is my function call. So here, can you tell me what will be the value for this one? So because I'm just going to show the output, it's going to be a number or Boolean value here. So what we will, I'm
Number.
sorry, 1 second. It's going to be a number. Okay, but we are just showing the output, ma'am, right? Yes, exactly, Vijay Lakshmi ma'am. It's going to be Boolean value, whether it's going to be true or false, whether we are going to get output or not. So let me give a Boolean value here. So Boolean value is true. Okay. And then the third variable is const of data, comma, set data. Data and set data. So here we already discussed this. So use state of array. Okay, this is the empty dependencies. Then the const. So I need to check whether the data is loading or it's not loading. So for that, I'm giving a variable as loading and then set loading is equals to use state of true, because this is also true or false. Okay, this is done. I hope everyone is clear till this. So after this state variable, so this is going to be a state variable. After this state variable, I will use a UseEffect concept for mounting and then updating and then unmounting. Okay. So how we can do this? First, I will use a UseEffect. We already know the syntax for this, right? So this is going to be a function. So inside the function, I'm using an arrow. Okay, I'm putting a message like console.log of component is mounted. Close this. Okay, component is mounted. So this is done. So after this, I'm just mounting the component. After this, what is the step? I'm going to give some data. Okay, fetch data. So let me give a fetch function to fetch the data. So I already have one URL link. Let me copy that. JSON plays holder dot typecode.com/host. The same file which I have used yesterday. Let me also show. Okay. So it has a user ID and ID. So we don't want to consider that. We will go with the title and the body values. Okay. So I have included this. So next to this, what we need to do, we need to check using a then method. A response.json of yesterday we have discussed about this, right? Why we are using this then. So it comes under the promise objects. So then, so once I get the response in a JSON, then I will check the data. I will set the data like set data of data, and then set loading is going to be false. This also we know. So in the above one where it is rendering the logic, I think. Yeah. If a loading is not this one. Fetch data. If the loading is set to false once the data is done successfully. So that's why we are giving here as false. Clear? And then in a console.log, I can put a message. Yes, the data is fetched. Clear? I think till this, everything is clear. So I have closed this then, and but I have not closed this respond.json. So now what I will do is once this process is done, I want to clean up the function. This is a one important key point for this use effect concept. Okay, unmounting. I'm going to clean up unmounting because the content is updated, the component is updated, and previously the content is mounted, component is mounted. Now we are cleaning up. So how to clean up? So return of console.log, I need to get the output as component unmounted. Okay, that's all. So after closing this then statement, here I need to give one empty array. So why we are giving this empty array is this is going to be a empty dependency array. That means, so this effect, it runs once after the initial render. So once the initial render is done, or it is going to run, then it will use this dependencies, empty dependencies. Clear? And next to this, we have a step 5. So this is for the use effect updating. So in the use effect updating, again using use effect of console.log. Okay, so console.log of component updating. So this comes under the use case, that is it is completely that is finished. Then we are updating this, and then finally we have okay. So this is done. So now what will be the next step is I'm going to include the use effects for the subscription. So how I can do that? Use effects. This is for use effect for subscription. So use effect of in a subscription, I'm going to include the interval to count the values. Okay. So use already have given this use effect. So now I'm giving one variable. So after the function name, you can initialize a variable, whatever you want, right? So I'm giving an interval that is going to be set interval. Set interval is a predefined function. Okay, this is going to be a predefined function. And inside the set interval, what is the error? Fine. But still, why it is showing? We'll see. Here I'm giving the set count method with the previous count of +1. Okay, I'm just incrementing the value by 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so there is one. So this is the step which we are following here. So this is done. So next to this, I need to clean up the interval. So all the time we need to clean the interval because that is the important specialty of this use effect concept. Okay, so let me clean up a function to clear the interval to unmount. Clear? So in a return statement, you can give clear interval. I'm mentioning as an interval. Here also, how we did here, the same way. We need to close this. After the interval, we can close this and comma the square brackets. Why? This is the empty dependency array, which will affect after once the initial statement is rendered. So, okay. So yeah, so we are done till this. So the logic has been completed. So these are the logic part. Okay, these are the logic part. So now what we are going to write, we are going to write the code for how it is going to return or it is going to show it in the output. So let's say in the yesterday's example, I viewed you like there will be two files, right? JS file and index.html. So what first I did, I will be creating whatever the thing which is going to present in my front end, I'll be writing in my HTML code. So logic will be in a JS. But here everything is in the same file itself. But here how we can identify is after the return statement, I'm going to include this part. Clear? So we'll see how we can wrap the that is components in a return statement. Can anyone tell me how we can wrap the components? I have a multiple components and that is the elements. How I can wrap it? Yesterday, I think some of them was asking this question. So let me create a poll. Okay, just a simple poll. Just tell me the answer for this. Okay, the question is div. Okay, I'm using a div container for wrapping the content. So what will be in the console part? Console.log. If you check in the inspect element, you wrap the elements inside the div container. Then in the inspect element, if you go and check in the console, so how it will be. So it is going to be like this. I will give two options. You can give me the answer. div id is equals to root. So if I check in the inspect element, then how it will be looking. So can I get the answers? You can simply say whether it is going to be A or B, or can just put a answer in the chat box. If you want to wrap the elements inside the div container, especially I'm talking about the app.js file. Okay. Then what will be your output in the console.log? Once I'm executing this code, I will show you. Okay. So it is going to be, yes, div id root. And what about the others? A or B? What will be the option? Second. Okay, I got only two response. What about the remaining? Okay, so the answer is going to be the first one. Why? Because so whenever you use this div container to wrap all your content, let me show you. That is the file index. Sorry, not this one. This is the index.html. Okay. Here you can see the entry point, right? This is the entry point. So what it will take us, this is going to be our main entry point. So inside this root only, all the elements, okay, all the elements which we are going to mention in the other JS file will be injected here. Okay. So how it takes is, it will evaluate, like after the div id root, it will take the div container inside the element, inside this element. So to avoid this, mostly what everyone will do is, in an industry, they will create an empty, empty element tag, or we can also use the React fragment element. Okay. So both is going to be the similar, but this is the difference. Clear? We will continue with the code. So in the return statement, I'm using this one. And then heading is going to be a count of, I'm going to fetch the expression of the count value. And I want one more thing. I need a button to click the count. Okay. For that, we'll create one event on click. So in this place, we cannot use like on click as a lowercase. That will not be accepted here. In a React, we need to use a camel case notation. Clear? So the use on click of creating an arrow function. So inside this arrow function, so let me give a statement like set show method. So we'll check whether it is viewing or not. So in a show, whether it's going to be a true or false, that value will be printed. And the toggle components, the button name is toggle component. Okay, it's already there. Sorry. toggle component. Okay. So inside the toggle component, not inside. So after the toggle component, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give one more statement like loading. Here I will use a ternary operator. It is showing error. This one toggle component and then and remove this. Okay, fine. So inside the loading, off and then show toggle component. And need to use this. Okay, correct. So the button will be closed here. I have used one event and then the function. Then this is a button name. And then after this, I'm including a loading. So what is loading? So loading is again a component. Sorry, not a component. It's going to be a variable name. So which we mentioned in the state variables. And then I will use the value like in the paragraph, it will show it as a loading. Otherwise, it will print the output in a unordered list. Okay, I'm going to give it as in the unordered list. In unordered list, let me give a data dot map. Okay, map, why we are using map? To iterate the value. Okay, I will give a post. So post is already, we have declared this post variable. And then inside this post, arrow function, I'm using a list element. Okay, because in unordered list, we will be using a list element, right? So inside the list element, whenever we are going with the list, so this is called, we will call it as a rendering list concept. Okay, the rendering list concept, definitely it should have some key and values. Okay, so it should contain a key. So key should be in the browser also, you can see there is some IDs, right? So this is going to be the key to fetch the output. So I'm giving a key as a post dot ID. Okay, and the output is going to be what? So once it is iterating like post dot ID, then the output will be this title. Okay, so post dot title is my output. Clear? So this is done. So after this, yeah, post title. I'm not going to show the the body, only the title element. Okay. So after this, I can give my components show and the child component. Sorry, this is going to be my child components. As of now, I have not created. I'm going to create one. Okay. Because in this, we are using a child component. I already told you while explaining the concept of this example, right? And after this one, here in this part, yes. So after this, I will create, because this functional component is entirely completed. Okay, this is the functional component. I'm going to create one. This functional app is a parent component. I'm going to create one child component. Okay, child component is functional. So function child component. Component of. Here I will use effect. Mentioning like console.log of child components mounted. Okay. And then I'm going to return the output as console.log of child component unmounted. but the updation will be updated in the while fetching over the parent component. Okay, so it will show it like this, and then here what I will do is I will give the empty array dependencies. I understand this is little bit, tricky to understand the concept, but just to understand what we can implement in this particular code using a use effect. So as of now, in a use effect, we have included data fetching and the subscription. Subscription is nothing but the counting. Okay. And the third one is the life cycle concepts, unmounting, mounting, and updating. Okay. So here I'm returning a child component. That's all. Finally, we can export the default app. There is one error. What it is? Keyword to learn. What is the error? Okay, we'll just check in the output. I think this is the error. Child component. I have to give it in the capital B. Child component. I have imported everything.
I think, madam, upper in a curly bracket, you have used capital U in a use effect.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes. So now we can see the output. So the data is fetched. Okay. So let me open the inspect also. And go to the console.log. So here you can see the child is mounted and the component is mounted. You can see when the child is mounting and when it is unmounted. Okay, if I click on this toggle component, the component is updating. Okay, then after some time, if I click on this, you can see the child component is again mounted. Okay, and the component is updating and child component is unmounted. So like this, you can see all the each and every details here in the console part. Okay, the mounting and updating and unmounting. Clear with this? Any questions? Is the time now? 12:06. Okay. Any doubts or any questions? I think it is really a big code. Understood, right? If you want, I can also share it in the chat box. Yes, I can share. You can refer this code. Okay. So now we'll move on to the next concept. Before that, I want to ask you some. Yes. Yes, Kalyani ma'am, any doubts? Ma'am, your voice is not clear, ma'am. If you have doubt, you can also put it in the chat box. I'll just check. Okay, fine. I hope everyone clear with this use effect concepts. So now I will just ask you one poll question because this is a very big code. Um, okay, I'm going to ask one poll question. So can you give me an example when we can use this? Give me an example on using a use effect concept in real time. So better, I can give this as this. Okay, so better I will ask as a multiple question itself. So I'm giving some options. Okay. Noise or okay, better I will give it as a station of what are the example I can give? Okay, subscription. And then, okay, we can have it as a short answer itself. Better I'm giving like this. I'm just putting a message in the chat. You can give me an answer. So when we can use this use effect concept. This is to be in app.js. Yes, ma'am. This is, you should include this code in an app.js file. So in a real time, in which situation we can use this use effect concepts? Can you give me a quick answers so that we can jump into the other concepts? Any? As of now, we discussed so many things, right? So you can give the examples. Ma'am, suddenly your voice is not clear. Oh, fetching the data, good. And then any other? Create Harshita. Synchronizing, like asynchronizing, right? Handle the side effects, good. Can you give me one more? Real-time use. Okay, fine. Direct update from the DOM. Okay, so now we are clear with the concepts, right? How when we need to use a use effects. So now we can move on to the next one that is called as a use context hook. Use context hook. So what is this use context hook? So when we need to use this to when we need to share some global or access the global state or data between a deeply nested components without drop drilling. What is called drop drilling? Anyone knows? Sorry, that is prop drilling. So here the use context, we are going to use it for the deeply nested components. But what is this drop drilling means? Have you heard about this drop drilling term anywhere? What is drop drilling? Sorry, prop drilling. This is the term. Prop drilling means what? So prop drilling is nothing but if you're going to, definitely in all the codings, you're going to have a parent component and the child component, right? Whenever the parent component is there, if it is trying to render, it should not same data is sent to all. Okay. So apart from this, any idea, any guesses? Okay, I will tell you. So when you create two components, that is parent and the child component, and if the parent component is again, it is going to drill to a child component or it going to be a lower child component, then that will be a problem, right? So in a nested components, you will have a multiple, parent and child components. So to avoid this drop drilling, we are going for this use context hook. So we'll see in an example. So on a which situation we use this particular concept is accessing and updating the global theme across the application. One, sharing and accessing purpose, and then authentication purpose. Okay. So authentication is if we can check the user is logged in or not. Okay. So for this situation, we can use this use context. So we will see one example for this use context hook. Okay. So first is in this use context, I need to create a context, right? Steps. I need to create a context. How we can create a context is using a context object. So usage of calling this is, I can call this using a create context function. So as we did same thing for this use effect and use date. For use effect and use date, how we will call the their own hooks using a function, right? The same thing here also, but here we are using a create context. Okay, and then it is going to provide a way to share the values between the components without having to pass the props down manually at every level. Okay, so let me clear this one. So here I have a parent component. Okay, and this is going to be my child component. I'm going to pass. Okay, I'm going to pass the props from my parent to the child component. So between the without having to pass. So this cannot be this can be avoided in this using this context. We don't want to pass any prop from parent to child because the coding will be very difficult to understand when we are passing the uh, props from the parent to the child if it is going to be a nested concept. Okay, there for that reason only we are introducing this create context. Okay, and then next to this, the second one is I need to and also there is something called as a use context. Okay, so what is this use context? What is the purpose of this? It is going to access the value of a context from within a functional component. Clear? So usage of this is to get the current values of a context. So that's why we are using this this particular create context and use context. So to create a context, we need a create context and use context. And then second step is create a component that provides the context. So how we can do this? We can do this by using a user provider concept component. I'm going to create one this. That is user provider component. Let's say we have a hard code. So hard code is nothing but the username. I have something like my name, Uma. Okay, this is a hard code. We can easily find what is the username is going to be. It's going to be a Uma, right? But whenever I use this one, user context is my object. Okay, and then I'm using a property that is provider. This component, it's going to wrap its children, and then it is going to provide the value as a context value. Okay, this is a hard code, so directly showing us a username and the pass, that is a username and the value of the username. So what we can do is we can go with this component user context dot provider component, and we can wrap the children's. Then what happened? If I check for the username, then only I will be getting the context value of that in the child component. Clear? Then the third one is consume the context in the child component. Okay, here I will create one user profile component. Okay, in the user profile component. So while going with the code, it will be very easy for you to understand this one. That's why I'm explaining each and everything. So when you use a use context, and then user context. Okay. So this is going to access the username from the context. So that's why we are using this particular one. So user context and user context. And then the username is then displayed using some tags. Okay, it's going to be in H1 or paragraph. It will display the output. Then finally, the step 4, it's going to be this one, use provider in the app component. So finally, we will wrap the user profile component inside the use provider component. Okay, so like this, user provider, and then user profile component. Okay, like this, we are going to wrap inside this. Okay. So this is how the coding is going to be. So this, what is that? This user context is nothing but it is created to hold the name. Okay, it will contain all the names of the particular the user who's going to use that particular application. Okay, so that will be that names will be held under this user context, and then there's something called as a user provider. This user provider, it's going to provide the username to any component. Okay, without using a props, we are going to work with this one. Clear? Yes. So now I will write the code. First import and then React. So here, what are the different hooks I need? I need use context and then create context. Clear? From a React. So this, I already explained what is this, right? And then I need to create one, create the context for the usernames. How we can create it? Using a variable, right? User context is equals to create context function now. So this is nothing but we are creating a context for the username. Next, I will use a function. This is not a predefined. Yes, this is not a predefined function, but I'm using this. That is user provider. Inside this user provider, I will mention a children. Actually, this children, it's a default that is predefined one. Whenever we are trying to use the children. Okay, so when we are trying to use it for all the children, it is not going to be a one. It is for every children. Then I can go with this children. Okay, then I think off and then this is going to be an argument value. And then after this, I will create a const username. It's going to be, let me give my name, Uma Maheshwari. Okay, so this is a what? Hard code. We are giving it directly. And I'm returning. So what I need to do, I need to wrap it, right? User context dot provider. So what is user context? That is user provider. I will use it in my app component to pass the children values. Okay. To pass the parent component values to the children. Okay. I'm going to pass this value to my children components. Okay. So value is equals to username. So it will get updated whenever we are changing. Let me give it here as the children. There are two ways we can return the value. And then what is the another function component I need to use? That is a user profile. So this is my child component, right? This is my parent component and this is going to be my child component. So whatever I'm passing here, that will be reflected in this place. So children. Wait. So in the user profile, I can create const user name, the same thing. Okay, username and use. Here I directly give the hard code my name, but here what I will do is I'm going to give it as a use context method. Inside this function, I will mention the user context. Okay. What is this user context? So it will, share the value into this without using a props. Okay, that's why I'm using this user context. And then after to this, I will return in the H1 tag as a heading. So user, the name. And after this, I will create the final app function app of return user profile and then user sorry, here we have a user profile. This is going to be in a child, right? So this is going to be a child. What is a parent element? Parent functional component is going to be this one, user provider. This is user provider. What happened? It is showing some error. What is that? Did you want a JSX fragment wrapped in closing a tag? The 59th one. Okay, I can use this. It is some error. Finally, I'm going to give 1 second. So my component name is what? It's going to be a user provider, but my parent is app. It's 1 minute, same data sent to. So give me a minute, Rishikesh. In the meanwhile, just give some quizzes to them. I will just check the code. Okay. Rishikesh, are you there? Okay. Give me a minute. I'll just check the code. So in the meanwhile, I'll give you one question.
I will give that quiz question. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take the quiz on the basic React. I hope quiz is visible to everyone. So there is the one question on the basis of the React. So you can give the answer in the chat box as well. If you are thinking A is correct, then you can write down the A, or if you are thinking B is correct, then you can write down the B. I can create another poll as well. So now I hope everyone getting the second poll as well. So if you are aware about the answer, then you can put the answer in the chat box. No issue. Now I'm creating one another poll as well.
Okay, thank you, Rishikesh. So, faculties, you can give the answer for this. Then I will stay. I will start with the thing.
This is a very simple kind of the tool. What is the default port where webpack server runs? I'm saying the default. Okay, Uma, you can continue, I think.
Okay,
Uma?
fine. Sure. Let me share my screen. My screen is visible. Actually, it's a very silly
Yeah.
mistake. What I did is I was using this close here, a slash here. That's why it is showing an error. So now this is the parent element, okay, and this is going to be in a child element. So why? So what is the difference? Let me turn on my camera. So what is the output we are going to get? Let's see. Just running this program again, npm start. This is the time. So the output is user Uma Maheshwari. So this is the thing. But what is the main process we are it is doing here? Let's see. So the process is, so the user provider component, that is going to be a parent component. Okay. So that component is used in a app.js. We are using it in a app.js file. So this is going to, provide the user name context value. Okay, this is going to pass, or it is going to provide the value to the child component. What is a child component? The child component is a user, that is user profile, right? So user profile is a child component. It is going to consume that context value. Okay, so this is the process was done. And finally, we are getting the value to be user, and the name is whatever the name you are providing. So that will be displayed. I hope everyone is clear with this use context concept. What are the steps we are following here? Everyone understood? So on which situation we can use this one? Use context. Can anyone tell me when we can use this? To avoid which situation we are using this? So when we need to use this, use the use context. Oops. Can you tell me when we want to use this use context hooks? Any idea? Accessing and sharing, good. For authentication, that is accessing and sharing the data, right? Mainly the details like passwords or the name, we can use this. Anything else apart from this? What we are avoiding here, without a drop drilling, we can use this use context concept. Okay, we don't want to use a props every time in the parent and the child component. So instead of that, we can go with this use context hooks. Clear? Okay, fine. So after 5 to 10 minutes, I will be sharing the attendance link. Okay. So the next concept we are going to see about the custom hooks. Anyone can tell me like what is going to be the custom hooks? So let's get into the PPT now. So the use context, classroom activity is done, and to use custom hooks. What is custom hooks? Custom hooks are a powerful way to reuse the stateful logic across the multiple components in the React. Then they allow you to extract and share the logic while keeping your component clean and focused on rendering. A custom hook in React allows you to encapsulate a reusable logic into a single function. Okay, we can use a reusable logic into a single function. So making your component cleaner and more readable. Custom hooks let you extract the component logic into the reusable function, which can be shared across the multiple components. So how to create a hooks? Define a function. Custom hooks is a function that uses in a built hooks. Using a built hooks, we can use this. And prefix should be use. If you're going to create a custom hooks, we can give whatever the name you want. But before that, we need to use a use keyword. Okay, that a prefix should be a use. So guidelines for creating a React custom hooks, naming convention and encapsulating the stateful logic, function nature, adherence to the React hook rules, and modularity and code organization. Means we should follow some React, that is use case hooks. What I'm trying to say is using this custom hooks, there are some rules to be followed to create it. Okay, let's see how we can do that. So with a simple example. Okay, I'm going to use the same counter component here. The first thing is I will import the React, right? And then React use state hooks. And then you need to define the use counter hook. And then initialize the state. And finally define the function to manipulate the state. Okay. And then you're going to return the state and the function. Finally, export the custom hook. Okay. These are the steps we can follow. So let's see in our code. So first we need to go with the project structure. Close all this. Okay. So in this project structure, in a source, I will create one file, that is folder, that is going to be a components. Okay. Inside the components, I will create one function that is called counter component .js file. Okay. And then again, I will create one more folder for hooks. Okay. In the app.js, there'll be two things, right? One is state. For the hooks, I'm creating one folder. And for the components, I'm creating one function that is called counter component.js component. Okay. Let's go to this hooks. I'm creating a file. So the file name is going to be usercounter.js. Give me a minute. So use counter. So this is done. So now first we can go to the counter component. First, we will create a functional component, and then we will go with the state component file. Okay. So let me import the React from React. Here, I'm not going to include any hooks because for the hooks, I have created this use counter component. Okay. This particular counter component is only for the custom hooks. Okay. Here, I will mention the component name is going to be a use counter. Okay. I'm going to import this particular components in this file from where? From the hooks folder. From the hooks folder, I'm going to choose a use counter. Okay. That's all. So if you want, you can also adjust the path necessarily according to your thing. So either you don't want to mention this hooks folder. Instead of that, you can directly go with the use counter file also. Okay. For understanding purpose, I have created this. Clear? So next is I will create a function as counter component. Okay. And then const, I will create the state that is variable, state variable. So here, see, in a user counter, sorry, that is in a custom hooks, I can implement or I can include the multiple state variables. Okay, I can implement the multiple state variables here. So let's see. For the count, it's a variable. Here I'm also including the increment and decrement button. Okay, and also the reset. So this will be possible using a custom hooks. Okay. So let me give the counter value. It's going to be 10. As you know, I'm not using a state here. I'm going to use a use counter custom variable, sorry, custom hooks. So, but when you talk about the use state, you can use only the variable and the function. But here you can see, you can give the n number of variables in this particular, that is variable and the function names. Okay, these are the function names. All right. So after this, I'm going to return. I will wrap inside the container. Okay, here I will give one count. So it should show the count values. Okay. And then button. I need one button to increment the values. Okay. So button on click to increment. I want to see the increment values here. And the button name is increment. Clear? That's all. So like this, I'm also going to create for the decrement. So here I can change it to decrement. Clear? And finally, I want one reset button. Give me a minute. I'm going to share the attendance link with you all. You can mark the attendance for today. Okay, 1 second. Ma'am, don't worry. I will share all the codes. Okay. Let me get the attendance link. 1 second. So this is the attendance link for today. You can just mark your attendance. Okay. So now I can go with my code. Right. So this is going to be a reset. Give reset. That's all. So this is done. So finally, we have to export this one default, export default counter component. Clear? So then we can go with the use counter. So this is entirely a different one. This is going to be a custom hook file. Okay, so here we are just using the custom hook files in this particular file, the counter component. But this here only we are going to create the custom hooks. So how we are going to create it? First, I'm going to import the use state. Whenever we are using a custom hooks, we can go either with use state or use effects. Okay, so use state hooks from React. And then I will create one data variable, that is state variable. So use counter. This is my component. Okay, I'm just creating a component. And initial, I'm setting an initial value is equals to 0. And inside the arrow function, I'm creating a state variables. So state variables what? Count, comma, set counts. So use state initial value. That's all. You can also directly, you can give it as a 0 or you can give it as a parameter and then you can pass a value here. Okay. And I want to create a function for increment. So whatever we have used in this statement, we need to define that here. Okay. So increment of set count of count plus 1. Okay. And then let me copy this. This is going to be for a decrement. So we'll change it to -1. And here, this is a reset. So set count is going to be what? If you're going to reset, what will be the value? It's going to be the initial value of 0. So initial value is 0. And finally, I can return all these statements like count, comma, increment, comma, decrement, comma, reset. Everything is correct and I can export the default use counter. Okay, initial value, use state and this one. Okay, fine. Start. Okay. So next is app.js file. So in app.js file, okay, in app.js file, I will first import the React, okay, from a React. So this is going to be a real DOM and then import. So here I want to import the counter component. So this is my parent component. So I'm importing that first. So it's a default, export. So I can directly go without the curly braces. So component from which directory? Slash components slash counter component. Then function app of, it's going to return what it's going to return. It's going to return the I will wrap the div that is my parent components inside the div. So counter component. Okay. Then there is one. Okay, I need to export this. So export default app. Clear? So let's see the output. Here you can see there are some three buttons. The main advantage of using this custom that is hooks is in a single line you can mention the multiple variables easily. Okay, so I'm just incrementing the value, I'm decrementing the value, I'm resetting the value. But here in this place, everything is getting, let me give decrement, and I can also increment the value. I can also reset the value, but it's a very simple code which we have created. The simplification is very, it's a very added advantages of this custom hooks. Okay, everyone understood like how we can create this custom hooks? Any doubts or any question? So in all the hooks concept, we should know when we need to use this. Okay. And then what is the syntax and what is the purpose of using this? Okay. This is very important. Mm. I think we have one more concept. We have three concepts are remaining. I will take after the lunch break. Before that, I will ask you one question. When we need to use this custom hooks? Can I get the answer? When we need to use this concept, custom hooks? When we need to use the custom hooks? So now we have discussed about it, right? So, okay, let me ask a simple poll questions to you. Just give me the answers. Okay. The question is, how to create a custom hooks? Uh, Adding use in the prefix, without. A very simple question. Let me know the answer, whether it's going to be A or B. I got some answers shared across. Can you give me the answer for this one, whether it's A or B? Can answer some answers from Saravanan sir, like shared across the multiple components. Okay. And then multiple location in code to reuse the code. Yes, it's correct. So we can reuse the code. Can I get the answer for this one? How to create a custom hooks? So do we need to add a prefix like use, or without adding a use in a prefix? Do we need to use a, sorry, do we need to add this use in the, before writing the, yes, the answer is, okay, I got some two response, AA. What about the remaining faculties? So actually this particular advanced concept, or it's dry subject, so that's why I'm asking in between some questions. It's a very easy questions. I got some answers. I need some two more response so that I can give you, I can reveal you what is the answer. So next is in the afternoon session, I will teach you about use ref and use reducer, and one more concept is page routing. To complete all these three things. After that, Rishikesh sir will take the session for Node.js. You can see some three responses. What about the remaining? Let me share my screen. Okay, we will see the PPT once again. So this is to reuse the stateful logic across the multiple component. Okay, stateful logic with the multiple components in React. And then it allows you to extract and share the logic while keeping your component clean and focused on rendering. So only you are going to focus on the result part, rendering part. So you don't want to look about the other things. Okay. And then the custom hooks in React allows you to encapsulate the reusable logic in a single function. Okay. So these are the some points about the custom hooks. And now we have a knowledge how to create the custom hooks in our codings, right? So after this, we will learn about the use ref and then use reducer, use memo, use callback. We have so more. Okay, I'll try to minimize the code and we will see how we can use this. As I think we can go for a lunch break, but please join at 1:30 because I'm just leaving you at 1 o'clock, right? So try to join at 1:30 or 1:35. Thank you. Everyone can go for a lunch break. So answer is the first one. You are right, ma'am. Jilakshmi ma'am. The answer is correct. Again, I'm sharing the attendance link. Please fill the attendance link. The attendance link is for today. Okay. This is for today, 20. We have one more day to go. Please give your attendance properly. Okay, thank you everyone. Go for a lunch break and come back at 1:30 or maybe maximum you can go till 1:35. Okay, thank you all.
யார்கிட்ட பிரின்சிபல்ட்டியா
So we will wait for other 3 to 4 minutes and then we will start the session. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll just ask one quiz question. We'll give you a poll for this answer. Which React hook is used to perform the side effects in the function components? So option A or B or C, what will be the answer? Okay, I got one response from Vijay Lakshmi ma'am. It's B. Okay. What about others? Ashish Kumar sir, Mehta Soni, and Prabhu sir, Ambika ma'am. So what will be the answer? Before the response, Vijay Lakshmi ma'am and Sirisha ma'am. Got only 2 response. What about the others? What will be the answer for this one? Just think and you can give the answer in the chat box. Okay. We'll start the session within 3 minutes. Good. Okay, I think we can start our session. Let them join. So now we are going to discuss about this use reference hook. Okay. So in React is a powerful and versatile tool that can be used to directly access and interact with the DOM element. Okay. And persist the values and between the render without causing re-render and create the mutable object that can hold any value. Okay, let's see how we can use this with some classroom exercise. Don't worry about the coding. Once the session is over, I'll be sharing all the links in the WhatsApp group. Okay. But you can also find it in the LMS. You can see all the content and session recordings that is also available. Okay. Now I can go to the Visual Studio Code. So let me delete these files. Don't want this. Okay. Yes. So we will see about use ref hook. So what is this use ref hook? So when we need to use this, already we discussed, right? So like while we are trying to access and manipulate the DOM element directly, then we can use this use ref. And a real time where we will be using this. So it will be useful for the input field. Okay, mostly in the forms, we have an input fields, right? So for that, we use this use ref concept for tracking the component lifecycle also. So what it means, tracking the component lifecycle. So what is component lifecycle? So it is like, mounting and unmounting and updating, right? So storing the values, so that can be tracked using this useRef hook. Okay, in these are the situation we can use this useRef, and we'll see one example. So in the example, what are the steps we will follow? The first is going to be, I need to import the React hooks, which is needed. So that is nothing but useRef is my hook. Clear? So if faculties, if you are having any questions, you can unmute. Otherwise, please be on mute. Okay. So this useRef hooks, that returns a mutable reference object. We know already, right? What is mutable and immutable object. So this is going to be a mutable reference object. So which holds a current property. Okay. So mutable reference object. So which is going to hold the current property. So Mitesh sir, you don't have any question, I think. So I'll just muting you. Okay. And then I need to define the second step is I need to define the component. Okay. So I'm using a functional component. So obviously, because this is going to be in a hook, and the functional component name is, let me give input focus component. Okay. So this is the one. And third one is I need to create a reference. What is this create ref? So we can create a ref like this. Use ref of null. So why we are initializing this? Because I am initialize a ref object with the null. So what happened is this particular object will be used to store the reference to the input field. This object used to store a reference. Okay, reference to the input element. So and then the fourth one is, so use effects to focus on mount. So we are going to mount the data. Already in the second point, you can see we are going to track the component lifecycle. So that is the point here. So use effect to focus on the mount part. So here I will be using use effects. Okay, use effect. So use effect is that we already know why we are using this use effect, right? With the empty dependencies. So this effect is going to run the initial render because the dependency array is going to be empty. Then, it only runs once. So the component will mount it. So once it is running, then the component will get mounted. Okay. Then we have something called as the input ref dot current dot focus. So what is this? So this is going to access. So this is all nothing but this is going to be an object. This is going to be a property and this is going to be a function. Okay, that's why we are using a dot in between. Okay, so access the current property of the input reference. Clear? So this is the thing. And the focus is going to be a method is then called on the element to set the focus. While we are typing something, it will be on the focus mode. Okay. And the final step is render the component. We're going to render the component. So the usual, whatever we are going to see it on the output. So that we will be writing here in the render the component. Okay. So let's see how we can code this. Let me create one file. This is same thing. I can create one file. So what is the file name? Which we can give this as input focus component .js file. Okay. And then first I can write a code in this app.js. So what is the first step? I need to import the package. So React from React and then import input focus component from direct from the file. So I'm just giving this input focus component. Okay. Here I will write the functional component, app functional component. So this is going to return. So these are the basic syntax we will be following. First is functional component, and then it is going to return something as an output. So let me create some class name. So I'll be using later, giving a class name to be app. Okay. So inside this, I can create one more, the child. Let me give a header. So this is nothing but it is going to just print the text alone. Okay. So equals to app and header. And then maybe close this. Inside the header, let me give some content like a React or use ref hooks. Input focus example. Clear? And then I'm creating, I'm just passing this component here, input focus component. That's all. This is done. Finally, we can export default the app. Okay. In the first step, what we did, we have created this return statement. What happened? Yeah. So this is going to be in a function, right? Now we will get into the input focus component. Here only we are going to write we are trying to write the logic inside this. So first import and React, comma, my named exports, that is exports. So the hooks I'm adding. First one is useref and UseEffect from the React. Because it is going to trigger some event listening kind of thing. So that's why we are adding this hook, UseEffect hooks here. Then let me create one variable, constant input focus component is equals to, so inside this component, first step is what? I will be creating a reference. I have defined the component. So I'm going to create a reference. How I can create a reference? Using a useRef null. Okay, this object is used to store the reference to the input element. For the reference purpose, we are creating this. So input ref is equals to, okay. So this is done. Then I will use a use effect. Okay. So to focus the input field when the component is mount, when the component is mounting, so when this particular component is mounting, so it will uh, focus the field. So that input ref dot current dot focus. So these are the predefined keywords. Okay, these are the predefined keywords which we need to use to get focus of the input field. Okay, and then I can give the empty array dependency. So next to this, I can also return the statement div h1 focus on input field. Okay, and then here I'm creating one input element. So the reference is what? What will be the reference? The reference is going to be the input reference, this one. Whatever the values you are getting here, the reference, so that will be given in the reference. Okay. And next to this, this input is going to be what? It's going to be a text field, and then placeholder. See, okay, it should be a focus me on the mount as a placeholder. Placeholder means obviously you all know that, right? In the input field, before giving some input, it shows the placeholder value. It is showing some error. I need to export this particular file. So export default of input focus element. Okay. So now we can see the output. Just a minute, let me close all this. Uh, there's something wrong here. Okay. You can see this, yes. So whatever we type, so it is focusing you can see the focus is on. Let me increase the size. You can see it is blinking, the cursor is blinking, right? So that is going to be a focus on the input element. So if you use a console.log to see the component mount, then you can also do that. Okay. So as of now, what is use reference is used for? So we'll just see the recap. It is used to access and manipulate the DOM element directly. And we can use it for the input field, and we can also track the component lifecycle. Clear, everyone? I will share this code later. Just change your date, ma'am. I'm attendance link for today alone. What about the previous sessions? Okay, I can understand. Okay. So actually, the attendance link for today I have already shared. Okay, just you need to change the date for today. All right. So now, can you tell me when we can use, in which situation we can use this use ref. Oh, give me some 2 points so that we can move on to the page routing concept. There are the other concepts also. Kindly send the attendance link. So when we can use this use ref, mostly for the input field and also to track the life cycle. So these are the main important thing why we are going for this use ref. Okay. So there are some other hooks also there, but I request everyone to work on the other hooks. I will tell you what is the concept, but you have to try it on your own. Okay. Then I will show you the page routing concept. Okay. So the next one is use a reducer. This is like we can take it as a homework. Try this one. And if you have any doubts, we can discuss in the WhatsApp if you're sharing it in the evening time. Or we can also discuss in the tomorrow morning session. Okay. So when we can use this use reducer hook. So actually, if the state transition are complex, and if you are involving with the multiple condition or nested state updates. Okay, so reducer can resolve this complexity issue. So by decoupling logic. So what is called decoupling logic? So what does this decoupling logic means? So this is nothing but it practice separation of a business logic or the state management logic from the UI code within the React component. Okay, so it is going to separate. It is going to separate. Okay, separation of the business logic and the state management logic from the UI component within the React component. So that is why we are going for this use reducer hook. So this is a very, very important concept. So actually this also we can use this for the input fields we can use. So we can use this for the forms, especially in the input fields, and for the validation purpose, because it contains, if it is going to contain the multiple condition and nested state updates, then obviously we can choose this use reducer hook. Okay, so the syntax is very simple, the same way, use reducer hook. Okay, so what is the activity for this one is you try to create the counter, okay, to count the uh, timer, or it's going to be the value, whatever, okay, or value. So you need to use this particular concept, the use reducer concept. Okay, try this. If you have any doubts in the while you are doing this, you can communicate me in the WhatsApp, or uh, we can also discuss in the morning session. Okay. So next is, what is the next concept? One second. So there are some other two to three hooks are there. So I will tell you what is the main situation we are going to use this particular concept. But try example from your end because it is very simple one. We already discussed how we are going to write the hooks, right? So the next one I can say use. We discussed about the use reducer, right? So now use memo.